I call this meeting to order at 6:18. Directors present tonight. We have Director After, Director Kuhlenberg, myself, Director Ramirez, and Director After, which meaning we have a quorum. Thank you to our interpreter, Rodrigo. Would you please share the interpretation instructions with our participants, and then we can turn on the interpretation function. The first business in order is the approval of the agenda. Directors, are there any proposed changes to the agenda? We may need to make an amendment to the agenda throughout the course of the evening based on an executive session that we have, but we'll continue as it is right now.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Our next agenda item is our opening celebrations and updates from Superintendent Dr. Anna Cole.
Good evening. This is our second week back from winter break. It's the start of our high school second semester. But to be honest, for most of the staff and our students, it feels like winter break was months ago. It's been really busy. Looking at our school schedules recently, there are a lot of school accountability committee meetings happening this month. And so just want to send a thanks to all the families and school leaders who are showing up to participate in this critical accountability role for our schools. Also want to appreciate the district accountability committee that met just earlier this week to discuss leadership evaluation processes with Chief Brockman, and a lot of gratitude to our district accountability members for serving in this role as well. Want to thank our Bridges High School staff and students who hosted the Superintendent Student Advisory Council this week. Dr. Park, our ED of schools, Joel Hathaway, and I have the privilege of meeting regularly with student leaders from all of our high schools. These are really open forums for the students to talk about whatever is on their minds. And we had a really good time this week learning from the Bridges High School students about the critical components of a Bridges High School education that resonate with them. So I just wanted to lift some of those up for the board and celebrate the Bridges faculty who create an environment where students really appreciate the small classes with faculty who are eager to connect, listen, and support them. Students really appreciate the accessibility to student support services, including the school counselor, the school social worker, and a family liaison. Students really appreciated the small school community where they felt included, seen, valued, and cared for every day. And they really lifted up the strong and positive relationships they have at staff. So kudos to the Bridges High School staff and to the students who so clearly articulate the factors that are contributing to their success at Bridges. And then finally, want to let the community know that we will be hosting an in-person and virtual school safety presentation on Tuesday, January 27th at 7 p.m. here in this room. We'll also live stream that presentation. We'll have participation with some of our chiefs of police. And the purpose is really to update the community on the strategies we implement and use across all our campuses to keep students and staff safe. We'll have more information about and flyers on this coming in the next week or so. And information on how to stream the meeting as well if you can't come in person. Thanks.
At this time, we welcome members of the public who have signed up to address the board. There is one speaker signed up tonight. The board allots 45 minutes for public comment. To respect the time of all who are present, speakers are to limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. And a reminder to all speakers to uphold our procedures for public comment. We ask you to be thoughtful and constructive with your comments, and thank you in advance for sharing your feedback. Members of the public who wish to share their views with the board may do so in writing at any time. For this evening's public comment, we received 2 written comments. Our first speaker is Tanner Giannetti. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Got this reversed pretty good, so I'm at 2 minutes and 56 seconds. So wherever I get the time clock. Well, good evening. My name is Tanner Giannetti. My family is called Carbondale home since the early 1900s. I'm a 3rd-generation native. My son attends kindergarten here in Carbondale, and I stand before you today to express my deep concern with the district's chosen health curriculum, specifically pertaining to the Understanding Our Bodies lessons plan that's set forth in the kindergarten classroom. My son got this packet home from school last Friday, January 9th. At a glance, I thought it was simply a lesson in anatomy and understanding the proper terms for both male and female body parts. However, as I began reading the notes on language, content, and lesson procedure, I was beside myself that this subject matter was being brought to my son's classroom, a kindergarten classroom. This lesson plan is not simply a lesson to ensure children can communicate with adults, ensure their safety, and gain a better understanding of their bodies and understand differences amongst their peers. This lesson plan and the terminology used throughout it is specifically aimed at introducing a broader concept of gender and making our youth more susceptible to woke ideology. I'd like to read a few excerpts from this lesson plan. Under the notes on the language section, lessons in higher grades use more precise language and begin to introduce a broader concept of gender. The section goes on to state, there are some body parts that mostly just girls have and some that mostly just boys have. Being a girl doesn't have to mean that you have those parts. For most people, this is how their bodies are. Furthermore, under the notes and content section, it states, you will notice that terms and concepts used in this lesson are simple, recognizing that for many, providing more details might be controversial at this grade level. And then it goes on to recommend that the instructor use anatomical drawings to depict these private parts. This clearly acknowledges that the detailed diagrams and images of male and female anatomy are appropriate for kindergartners, yet the lines between genders is completely admissible, and I find this appalling. We're talking about 5 and 6-year-old children here. Any of these kids can identify a boy from a girl, and this concept is just going to confuse their innocent minds. This is unacceptable. This is controversial, but this is now grooming. The timing of this to not add up. This is the first time this lesson has been taught. Parents were just made aware of this, and this is supposed to be presented to the kindergarten class on an undisclosed date in February. I, along with many other parents, strongly disapprove of this lesson plan and strongly urge the board to rescind this lesson and remove political stances from our education system and remember the student first mission you all agreed to uphold. Thank you.
Thank you. The next business in order is the approval of the consent agenda, which includes routine personnel minutes and minutes from our previous board meeting, as well as policies IC, ICA, Exhibit EFE2, and repeal of current board policies EDB, EDC, and EI. Directors, are there any items that you would like to pull off the consent agenda for a separate discussion and vote? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Call to vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All right, thank you. The next business in order is discussion on the amended 25-26 budget. Chief Chicoine will briefly share a few slides on this topic before the board will engage in discussion after that is finished. So thanks for being here.
Thank you. So after, I guess I would start with saying, when I started as the CFO here, one of the things that we put in as a best practice and looking at what we needed to do with all the budget changes for the prior year, that we would look at all of our budgets and create a supplemental budget as of January for the board to look at least a couple times and to be able to approve in the middle of the year. The reason why we do this is to make sure that any of our expenditures haven't changed and that there isn't additional revenues or expenditures needed, as well as looking at our revenue items to make sure that there is not any reduction in our revenues. So this is the reason for that. And so then Jonathan, if you could put up that. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So so the good thing about our expenditure forecast is it has stabilized for the year. We looked at all of the expenditures for the district, and there's only a few things that we had to adjust that were additional budget holes for this year. And the good thing is in looking at the things that we're looking at for savings in our expenditures, that we were able to cover all of those with the savings that we are going to have. So the general fund expense overages are noted as 0, which is that bottom line there. The only thing that I'm asking as far as an additional expenditure request is for workers' compensation to add 83,575. And that's utilizing the beginning fund balance for our insurance reserve fund, so that it's not going to require an additional fund balance transfer for our general fund for this year. Okay. The biggest issue we have is for the stabilization of our revenue items. We have a couple of concerning items on our revenue. The first is looking at a potential loss per preschool for the CCAP funding. That will be more information will be included in the board report and was in the board report from the prior week. And the result of that is a $200,000 estimated additional transfer from the general fund. That is an estimate. So if the federal government were to take away our funding as of January 31st, that number would be most likely higher. However, right now there is an injunction, and so we don't believe that we're going to have a shortfall for the entire remainder of the year. We're hopeful that that injunction will stick, and that might actually prove that we're going to be receiving funding through the remainder of the year for that item. So we're just unsure where that's going to go, but we will have more information hopefully at the next January meeting on that. The next part is to look at the additional transfer estimate for charter schools. So what happens with charter schools is that we estimate the number of students that they're going to have in the October count in the budget. And it looks like there's going to be 15 students higher than that number based upon the actual October count. And also, we're also looking at a declining enrollment scenario for the other schools within the district. So that means that they receive a higher percent of the mill levy override funding. And so then there's also a reduction or additional monies that needs to go to those charter schools as a result of those receiving a higher percentage of our mill levy override funding. So there's negative 198,717 there. The other thing that I was looking through all of our revenue items, and we actually can budget a little bit higher on our interest earning, 277,000 to help offset that. That was really the only large item that I saw that we need to adjust in our revenue to be able to reflect that and try to offset some of these lower revenues. The biggest hit we have is the total program funding reduction due to the student FTE reduction that we've been talking about over the last month or so. And that totals 783,000. And that is reflective of the changes from our total program funding. It reflects a difference from a decline in the number of students. And then also our at-risk student count being a higher percentage estimated than we actually did get. So we actually had a lower amount per student that we're receiving for our funding also. So there was kind of a double hit there, unfortunately. But I want to state that this, if the food service department wouldn't have done such a good job at getting as many as of those applications in as possible, then it would have been lower than this. I think the food service department did a tremendous job of getting those applications in. Okay. So when we're looking at the fund balance, use calculation, okay? So the insurance reserve use is in there at 83,575. Then we have a general fund use of fund balance of 904,000, and then a scheduled use of reserves of 1.8 million. Now, the scheduled use of reserves of 1.866 million is all the carryovers that we started the 125-26 budget year with. And so it looks like we're going to be using 2,855,000, but 1.8 million of that is carryovers. Okay, just to note that. So really, the additional use of fund balance for this, for the general fund, is $904,000. Okay, just to note that. So this is the importance of the our fund balance, our unreserved fund balance, the 17,580,000 in the green, is that when we have a year where our revenue is showing that it's not stabilized and it's reducing, that we don't have to cut our expenditures mid-year. So this is really an important part of keeping that fund balance as high as possible. And so when we look at the entire use of fund balance budgeted, an estimated fund balance of 14.7 million after that use, we still have 2.677 million above our minimum fund balance. And that is a sufficient amount, and it's still a nice cushion there, but we're going to be watching that very carefully as we move into these next couple of years. And until our enrollment stabilizes, that's going to be a really important number for us to watch. Okay. Any questions on this?
Yeah, so directors will have 2 minutes to ask questions and then 5 minutes for general conversation. So let's begin with Director After.
Thank you.
Looking at the wrong side.
That's okay. Thank you for being here and for the finance committee meeting where we started to go over this. I have some questions there, but I have a couple extra. If so with the CCAP funding, if that injunction, sorry, I don't know the legal language, but like if that injunction holds and we're able to, and the federal government has to pay us the $200K that they owe us, will that mean that the number that you're seeking here, the 904, goes down by $200K? Or no?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that would, but it'll just be a favorable budget variance at that point in time.
Oh,
You know, because then we'll still maintain the budget at the same amount, but that means our actuals will come in higher than where we're budgeting. So that'll just help us to recover some of that fund balance that we're thinking at this point we have to use. Does that help?
okay. Yeah, and then on the charter schools, and I asked this in finance committee too, but I'm still just having a hard time getting my head around it. The additional transfer to charter schools.
Yeah.
On the budget, it says declining enrollment plus 15 students. That is, I understand the higher percentage for mill levy because but can you just explain like really specifically what happened between when we approved this budget and now that we're paying $200K extra, mostly to Two Rivers?
Yeah, no, that's a really great question. Okay, so when we estimated the budget enrollment numbers for CCS and TRCS, we used the estimations that we had for the prior year actuals. And so they had some room availability to increase those numbers slightly, which they did do. And we weren't planning them to do that. And when they have 15 students higher, we have to pay them that 12,600 and change per student. So we have to pass through that entire amount. So 12,600 times 15, that number. And then what happens is then when we are calculating the mill levy percentage for the override, then what we have to do is we have to increase their numbers by 15 and we decline ours. And so the percentages tend to skew to the favor of the charter school,
Right.
which helps them to receive more of that funding because the funding is stagnant. It's just the percentage, the way that is offset.
So that would just be something we could, since we just got out of the charter school work session, that would be something to contemplate in future contracts.
we definitely need to get the enrollment numbers solid. In terms of projecting those. And so I think it's one of those areas that, yes, as we go through the contract, really looking at those caps, looking at what we're budgeting is going to matter. And I think it's important to keep in mind how those numbers shift, and anything that we split up kind of on that proportionality is going to have an impact when those things are shifting at different rates.
Okay. And then one other question in the memo, let me pull it back up. It's the first paragraph of the memo. Christie says an additional resolution will be required at the next board meeting due to the use of the beginning fund balance. Is that the
use of fund balance? There's another resolution that we have to do. We have to do an appropriation resolution, which is included on the document we were just looking at. And then there's also a use of beginning fund balance resolution that we'd have to also pass.
okay? So tonight, are we approving the appropriation resolution tonight?
No,
That's all next time.
right, till next time. What we did is we heard last year that the board really needed more time to review this information, and so we wanted to make sure to provide that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Ramirez?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Director Nimmo?
I need to understand increase in earnings on investments. Explain that to me.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, is increase in earnings on investments? Explain that to me.
Yeah,
That
for
line?
sure. The one thing that I didn't realize when I was doing the budgeting is that the district, it receives the funding and the interest earnings for the bonds and the monies that it sets aside for the bonds into the general fund. And that was not accounted for. So then I was able to add that back in.
Okay.
And so that was just a nuance that I wasn't aware of.
Okay.
So that we adjusted that.
Okay, I was gonna say, let's just do more of that.
Yes, I wish that was, what we could do. Yeah.
No, great. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
And Director Kuhlenberg?
Thank you. I don't have any specific questions that need to be addressed this time. For our next discussion, I'd be interested to know more about the workers' compensation rates. It's a small amount, but in light of the overall increase of insurance costs, I'd like to know if we project that will continue to rise regardless of use, or if this is kind of a one-off thing based on use. So.
We can provide some more, I can definitely provide you some more information on workers' compensation for the next meeting. The main thing that we're trying to do is our modification rate went super high because we needed to adjust our deductibles and how we were managing our premium. So that we could reduce that mod rate over time. So the hope is as we increase this premium and the deductions, that this over time is going to result in lower cost to the district. And so I would consider it an investment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing this forward and giving us extra time.
Of course.
I don't have a lot of questions. I just wanted to highlight again, reduction in total program funding due to a decline in students compared to the budget of 37.4 FTEs. Correct. And that's a total of 470,000 plus. And that's a sobering number for a small school district, and really appreciate what we can do to be fiscally transparent and responsible to be able to accommodate those changes. And then also just what you mentioned about the uncertainty surrounding federal funding right now. There is an injunction in place that says we do need to get paid. As you said, we have to wait to see how that holds up. And I think that, along with flags from the state that we are looking at another very difficult budget year, really highlight the need to have that centralized local funding as much as possible. And so I appreciate the work we're doing to stay transparent and explore all the options on the table that we have to keep our district as fiscally whole as possible and support teacher pay. So again, no questions, but appreciate laying that out because it's hard to look at right now. And
Yeah. No, I think it's good. And this is a good precursor for what we're going to be seeing in 26, 27 and some of the conversations we're going to need to have. We're still trying to pin down what the legislature is doing, just like along with the other 175 districts in the state of Colorado, to see how we handle all of the unknowns at the state level. But we're hoping to get that information to you by the next board meeting. And the other one thing I wanted to note on the supplemental budget is how many fewer requests that we had this year. That just shows that we have shored up the budget. We have some good systems in place. We know our numbers are accurate and good. I mean, this is a very small request in the budget, and the revenue items that are noted here could not have been foreseen reasonably. Our enrollment numbers were even declining further than we estimated. And this item with the preschool at the federal government level was just kind of out of left field. So just really does show the processes that we're using are working.
Directors, we will now have 5 minutes for open discussion if anyone else had more to add. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next business in order is discussion on policies EBAB, AE, IFKA, regulation JICE-R, and repeal of current policy EBBD. Each board member will have 2 minutes to share comments or ask questions. Let's begin with Director Ramirez.
I don't have any comments or questions on most of them. I just wanted to flag AE. I know that this was one of the policies we had initially sent back. I wanted to also just mention that, you know, in our DAC meeting yesterday, we did have the discussion about updating AE-R in alignment with the update for the DAC bylaws. And so I think my question to this team is, do we want to table this for when we have that discussion on the regulation that goes along with this so that there is alignment? Although, to be honest, I don't know that there wouldn't be alignment because this basically dictates that we're going to have that. But I wanted to just bring that forward. And then the only question I think is that highlighted section on that third paragraph, the second sentence. It feels very long, and I feel like it's missing the superintendent and that the board superintendent and the district accounting committee. So I just wanted to check in with the team to see in regards to language where we landed with that. So I still don't see necessarily the responsibility of the superintendent in this document.
I think, and policy committee, you can back me up here. Okay, and I want to just make sure to confirm, Director Ramirez, that I'm in the right place. Sentence 2, paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3's, yep.
Okay. You know, I think when we took the comments from the first discussion back to policy committee, where we landed in looking at other versions of AE was that, yes, this is really focused on the district accountability committee and school accountability committees. And I think we ultimately felt like these accountability committees are meant to really stay at an arm's distance from the superintendent and provide that accountability about the work that they're doing. And so didn't, in the end, include that there because of that sense that we had that this is really about these kind of independent bodies that provide that recommendation that then helps the board evaluate the superintendent. But I don't know if.
Yeah, looking at, we kind of referenced the statutes that are included in here, and they're specifically about the district accountability committees and the act that established them. And we have other policies in place that surround what the superintendent is responsible for and how we hold them responsible. And so I think looking at other AEs, it is focused on the DACs and the statute that requires them, I think. But maybe that didn't address your concern.
No, I mean, I understand that they fall under the DAC and the AEs fall under the DAC and school accountability rules and state law. I think my concern ultimately was, and this is part of the conversation we've continued to have over the years, is that the board has turnover, and so there is some responsibility that falls on the superintendent to ensure that there is a relationship and also that sort of continuous work being done, because there can be an election year, you have 3 new board members coming in. And so that, I think, was just, I wanted to flag it as a possibility of us maybe making sure that we added some language in this policy in regards to that, of where does that responsibility lie? I agree, obviously, that the board ultimately has the responsibility to make sure that we have a DAC and that the SACs, but I also feel like that's like a shared responsibility, because we're not gonna be asking our administrators, hey, is your SAC happening? So I just wanted to flag that. I think that's just important to name that. I get it that this is a board duty, but I think just for the sake of us making sure that there is continuous work, that we also clarify who holds them. And that was it.
Director Kuhlenberg?
Sure. So, in discussing this earlier, kind of in the same vein as Director Ramirez's comments, we talked about, including in here some language around an annual calendar being produced every year ahead of each school year by the DAC. And perhaps that's where we can also link in a direct correlation to the superintendent. Like the superintendent will ensure that that's created, whether that's through direction to staff or whatever. It may be, because that does require a fair amount of collaboration in terms of identifying space, dates, all those things that work within the DO also. So maybe that's a way to get both in, and ensure that regardless, there are meeting dates set, and also keep that arm's length relationship in place that allows the DAC to be independent and hold that job of accountability. And also the superintendent's role being there is a time and place for this body to meet, and it is set up annually, and we ensure that there is an annual calendar published. So I think that might be a way to accomplish both what I was hoping, which was to memorialize that there be an annual calendar and a sequence for when the DAC is presenting to the Board of Education, and also what you're hoping to try to accomplish, which is a direct link to the superintendent and ensuring that work is done and the space is held. I don't know where, I haven't looked at the language. I don't know where exactly we want to put that, but.
Yeah. Other thoughts?
For that one. Thought I used all my time. I'm trying to see if I have.
I think it would have to go under the 3rd paragraph.
You don't think so?
I wanted to briefly. I made some adjustments in IKFA, the early graduation requirements policy or early graduation policy, in terms of structure. So I proposed that we move what is being reviewed up to the first point from the 3rd point, because it made more sense to me to say that if a student is petitioning for early graduation, this is what they should present, versus this is what the group will review. We seem to be missing a link there, so that's why I moved that. That's all I had in these policies.
Director Nimmo?
I don't have anything.
Director After?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Director Ramirez, thanks for clarifying your request for the superintendent accountability. I think I had misunderstood that. And so I hear clearly that it is important for that continuity, right? Board turnover, new board members. I'm trying to take a stab at language. It's probably in the wrong place. Otherwise we can just put this back on the next policy committee and add this in to get that where it's supposed to be. And I'm trying to, I don't know if live wordsmithing here is probably not the answer tonight, but can we just make sure that ends up on the next committee? And I think that's probably a quick fix with the clarification.
Yeah. And if there's any way for you guys to wordsmith that 2nd sentence in the 3rd paragraph, that would be helpful too.
Will you make a comment on the side? So we don't.
That's direct Casby language.
When have I ever asked for Casby language?
We have 5 minutes for open discussion, by the way.
I just made a comment in IK, which one is it? IKFA. Because I was hoping to get feedback from the board and if that makes sense to you all. There's some language in 3 that will need to be stricken if we move these requirements up. So I think that let me know if we don't need it. I feel like you need direction, or we need direction from the board on how to adjust this policy.
In committee, we talked about whether this would require an operational change. Can you all remind me, Dr. Park, where we ended up with that? It was about the forms. Each school has its own form.
It was just in practice, what typically happens is that a student who's interested will start to have the conversation probably around sophomore year. And so it's unlikely that all requirements will be met at that point. So it's a more like timing change. But having a conversation is not necessarily the formal submission of a request. And so I don't think it would be an undue operational lift. I've gotten some feedback from our high school leaders and I'm continuing to, and they're talking about it with their counselors to sort of check and see if it would be. So far, I've seen agreement that being upfront, and actually the part about all graduation requirements being met before a request is ideal.
So should we put this one back on the agenda for the next policy committee? And then finalize how we want to present it to the board next go around?
Yep.
It's pretty messy right now.
Anything else on any of those? All right. The next business in order is new DAC member approval. We have a presentation, is that right? Okay. So we'll go with the presentation first, and then I'll take a motion, then we'll have discussion.
Hi. Let's see, what I wanted to do was just quickly share my screen with you so you can see my presentation. Is that the right next step?
That sounds good.
Okay, sorry, one moment. Are you all able to see that?
Yep.
Okay, so thank you for having me. My name is Bridget Durkash. I'm the chair of the District Accountability Committee for this school year. We have 3 new candidates that we wanted to present to the board and talk through that just briefly. So this is our current membership composition, and the candidates that are highlighted in blue are the ones that we'll be talking about today. So you can see where we're still missing folks for the District Accountability Committee and where we're continuing to make strides in that area. Dave Conklin would be joining us as a parent with students in public schools. He's got students at Crystal River Elementary School. James Nims, the head of school for Two Rivers Community School, would be joining us under business or industry. And the reason for that is because he's not an employee of the district, so he doesn't fall under this administrator role here. And similar, Kim Harbor is a teacher at Two Rivers Community School, but because she's not a teacher that's employed by the district, she falls under this sort of resident of the district. We do have some leads on candidates that we're looking for this administrator and then parents of charter schools. And we're continuing to work on growing our membership. So the District Accountability Committee we have 6 members who are currently voted in. And sorry, I need to give one other big update. Stephen Foshin, who is currently a DAC or was previously a DAC member under our business or industry member, he has resigned from that position. And so that there's one less member of the DAC at this time. So we currently have 6 voting members. When we did this vote, Stephen was still officially on DAC. And so you'll see that on this slide here where it says 6 in favor and then 1 abstention. And that would be Stephen, who was unable to participate in those votes. So we did have an all in favor and 0 against for all 3 of our new candidates that we're considering. On the following pages, we just have information. I know you all had this beforehand, so I won't read this information, but as I said before, Kim Harbor is a teacher at Two Rivers Community School. We're working really hard to have representation from all 3 city-town communities, and then also from the variety of different schools that are within the Roaring Fork School District. So Kim is a parent. Her kids have gone through the Roaring Fork School District school system. She's been a teacher at various schools within the district, and she's currently a teacher at Two Rivers Community School. So we're really excited that she's joining us on the District Accountability Committee. Dave Conklin has students, as I said before, at Crystal River Elementary School. He is his background is in psychiatry, and so brings that mental health role to the committee, which we do have quite a few mental health folks on the committee at this time. But he has a very compassionate approach to leadership and is really committed to the school district. So we're also really excited for him to be interested in joining the DAC. And then finally, Jamie Nims. He's the head of school for Two Rivers Community School. And he's also the president of the Carbondale Education Fund. So he has a lot of experience in nonprofit. And so although he is an administrator, we also see him as being a business leader within our community. So this is information about all 3 candidates that is pulled directly from the application that we have them fill out when they're applying to be on the DAC. And that is all I have for the presentation tonight. Are there any other questions that you have for me at this time?
Bridget, thank you so much. We'll have discussion in just a minute, but before we do I have a motion to approve the DAC members that are listed?
I move to approve the 3 new DAC members presented.
Do I have a second?
A second?
We'll now have 2 minutes of discussion for each board member and then 5 minutes of open discussion. Let's begin with Director Nimmo.
I'm just really grateful that these folks are willing to join, and I'm excited. I get to be the board member for the DAC, and so I'm really excited to be doing this with them and all the other people that are on the board and to help find more.
Director Kuhlenberg.
Yeah, thank you for all of your work this year on rebuilding the DAC. It seems to have been really successful so far. I know it can be hard and feel like you're slogging forward, but I think you're doing a really great job at getting in some key people who will be committed to doing this work. And I'm looking forward to future presentations from you all and having your input in a timely way so that we can really incorporate the feedback from all of these people in our community. So thank you for leading on this effort and for bringing 3 new members to us tonight.
Thank you.
Director After.
Thanks, Bridget. I do have a question. Are the charter school members who are not representing the charter school conflicted out when it comes to the DAC considering charter school negotiations?
Yes, so I'm new. I haven't been through this, and so I I would need some advice here, but I believe that they would be asked to abstain from any votes, although we would consider their feedback in our discussions.
And I would just add that the DAC is required if we have charters to have charter school representatives. So it is part of the process. They have a really, the DAC has, as we discussed a little bit in the work session, has a really important role to play with new charter applications. And so I think that question of a conflict of interest is a good question. And my sense is if there was a new charter application, I guess you could have community members that were on the DAC who are also planning to be part of a charter once it was approved. But I think that that would probably be mitigated because the charter wouldn't exist yet. Does that make sense? So
the DAC's role on the renegotiated contract is limited.
it's very limited on the renewal. Yes, they really have a significant role with new applications, very minimal role with a renewal.
Interesting. Okay, I think something to keep an eye on, but thank you. I think because there's this workaround of them not being on your slide as the charter people, right? Then like you've got Jamie in as an industry person, quote unquote, which is fine. He is for sure. So, but since we're not naming him as a charter, as the representative of charter schools on the DAC, then it's something to keep an eye on.
You know, it's interesting because I think that goes hand in hand with the conversation that you were having previous on policy, where right now there isn't a place for charter school teachers or administrators to fall within our bylaws. They don't fit under administrator or teacher, according to our current bylaws. And so that those two conversations do go hand in hand.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I don't at all want to make it hard for anyone to join. So, but I think just something, yeah, again, just something to be aware of as you go through any discussions about charters going forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Director Ramirez?
Thank you so much, Bridget, for all your work. I know it's been a heavy lift, and the board so appreciates your dedication and being able to push the DAC forward and to do so much work on the SAC and just growing your team. It's been such a tremendous work, and we so appreciate your time and commitment and all of your DAC members' commitment to participating. And we just so look forward to continuing this good work and collaboration and helping the DAC, continue to grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
I echo my colleagues' sentiments. Thanks for the time, Bridget, and thanks for being here. It looks like on our calendar going forward this year, we have presentation surrounding the budget scheduled for you around April 8th. Does that sound? I think what I'm trying to bring forward is I'm hopeful that we have it better timed this year where your presentation and the feedback from the DAC is ahead of decision-making processes for us. And I think last year we were a little out of step on that. It was the night we were voting on the budget. And I just wanted to make sure that we are, carrying that forward and that it's on your calendar. And because we really look forward to hearing what you all have to say about the next few months of budget work.
Yes, we are really excited about that. And we did at the beginning of the year this year, sat down with the superintendent and were able to really align our calendar with the board calendar to make sure that we were more planful. And I think there's still some things that we need to tweak, especially with the UIP, for us really getting our heads around that so we can provide better feedback. But we are excited about that presentation on the budget. One of our members has been sitting in on those budget committee meetings and has a great grasp on what's going on. And so we've been having some interesting conversation throughout the year and hope to continue to do so we're prepared for that presentation.
We'll now have 5 minutes of open discussion if others had more thoughts to share. Are there any intervening motions to amend? Will you call the vote?
Director After.
Aye.
Director Brady.
Aye.
Director Muhlenberg.
Aye.
Director Nima.
Aye.
Director Ramirez.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Aye.
Bye.
The next business in order is a proposal for a new resolution requesting library cards for every RFSD student. Director Ramirez, will you now present your proposal and the thoughts you've had on this?
Yeah, so a month back, the board started having conversations on potential board goals, and in reviewing just some of the history of my service on the board, I flagged the one of the initial ideas I had in making sure that every RFSD student, in collaboration with our libraries, receive a library card. I think libraries are incredibly important. I think access to books is incredibly important. It's an avenue that really helped me as a young student, and that I truly see as a resource and as a outlet for young kids. And I think it's really crucial to growth and development. And so this is not a board goal, but I had an invested interest to bring this back forward, of making sure that hopefully beginning next school year, we would use our students' ID cards that they receive at the beginning of the year, and in conjunction with the local library, whether Basalt or Garfield County library system, be able to provide all RFSD students a library card that would basically grow with them. I've had initial conversations with the Garfield County library system, as most of you guys know, and they have expressed, Director Jamie LaRue expressed to me that they were able to accomplish something like this in the Front Range. That was very feasible. And so I wanted to bring it forward because I do think that this is important. I think that this is something that in conversation, initial conversations, it sounded like the board was interested in supporting. And I think it's a really good investment of time and opportunity for students across the school district to be able to have access to a library card, and obviously would like to work with Superintendent Cole and the leadership at the two library districts in our district to pursue that.
Thanks. Let's go around with 2 minutes of comments or questions. I think is the right order for this right now. Director Glulenberg.
I'm supportive of this. I had a brief conversation with the director of the Basalt Library, who felt like it would be really easily replicated, and it's done in other districts around the state, according to her. So as long as it's not a huge staff lift, huge costs that we're not expecting, and that we're throwing on the staff, I'm supportive of this. I think that I see very little downside, and it seems like once it's up and running, it will be pretty easy to keep it going and maintain it. And the fact that there are already systems in place that are easily replicable, according to at least the one library director. And I wasn't meeting with her about this. I was meeting with her about something else and just asked her about this as well. I'm supportive of us learning more and going down the route.
Director Raptor.
Yeah, what are we voting on here? Are we voting on what are you gonna do after we take this vote today? I guess that's what I'm confused about.
So
There's no vote today.
yeah, I'm just bringing this forward for you guys to sort
It's
of.
a future agenda item.
Okay,
So the resolution would be drafted and become a future agenda item.
okay, so then,
And we're agreeing whether we want to see that on the agenda together.
but then does the staff need to go do something after tonight? And what exactly do they need to go do? And how much time does that take?
So this just opens the door for us to start, like for me to, for example, to start having further conversations on what this would take. It could also mean like me having a meeting with Jamie and Amy, or Amy Shipley from
Mhm.
the Salt Library, and Anna, to see what does that mean for like staff time. Just to start having that conversation.
Yeah, okay. I guess I just have a lot of questions about it. Like, what is the true impact? Like, how hard is it for kids to get library cards today? And so therefore, what problem is this solving? If it's solving a problem, what the cost is? I mean, I assume that there's software implications because the student ID cards of today will be read by a different software at the library. So those are the questions I would have about it. Yeah.
All right. I don't have answers to that today, but
So you'll go do some research in conversation with others, with the library leadership and our leadership, but we're not sending our staff down a specific work path with this discussion.
no, because there isn't a resolution that's already made saying what we're doing.
Okay. I think what I'm having a hard time getting my head around is that for the resolution to be detailed, it will require some work up front. So, but you're saying you're doing that work.
Explain detailed.
Well, if we get a resolution that's not that doesn't have answers to some of these questions, like what the cost is and what the time investment is and what the impact is, then we're gonna ask all those questions and want that in the resolution. So I'm just wondering who does that and in what order?
Yeah, so I think I don't know that we would include that in the resolution necessarily, because it would be more of a like, we had the conversation, yes, it seems feasible, and then we would bring it forth as a resolution of like, yes, we would like the team to pursue this.
Okay.
So I don't know
So
that
then
we
it-
could say like,
Okay.
we're allotting, you know, I mean, we could potentially, but that's not what I'm foreseeing of us saying like, we're putting 50,000 to library cards. Like, I don't think that's what we're.
So then if at what point would you say, oh, this actually is expensive or very time consuming, and so we're gonna pull it? Would that be after the resolution or before the resolution?
That would be, I think what I'm hoping for is to have these initial conversations, to be able to come back to this team with the resolution, knowing some of those answers so that we know that if that resolution were to pass, then what does that mean for the team? Like, does that mean that this is gonna be a $50,000 project, or does this mean that's just gonna be printout stickers and it's gonna be staff time putting those stickers on the IDs when they go out?
Mm-hmm.
Director Nimmo, questions?
No, just also as long as we're talking to the people in charge at the library and talking to Anna and her staff, and if they all have a vision for it and can help us make that happen, and it's the work is worth the gain. I mean, if that's all seems reasonable to them, then yeah, I'm very supportive.
Yeah, I think my questions are a bit around capacity and next step clarity. And Dr. Cole, I was wondering if you had time to kind of think this through from your angle, especially with sort of the library relationships, and is this something schools have been looking for, asking for, and are kind of along those lines?
You know, yeah, good question. You know, I think that, well, I'll be honest, like the curiosity about that some of you expressed about what's actually happening, what are we trying to solve here, is definitely something that we share, as I would say, like leadership team is I think we have a shared interest in, ensuring kids have access to the libraries. I think there's shared interest in terms of access. I have similar questions about what are we talking about in terms of an administrative burden, reluctant to ask front offices to to do enrollment type work. I have wonderings about where parent approval fits into this process, and knowing, feeling maybe qualitatively, I'm not sure. It seems like something that maybe parents would want to be involved in as to whether their kids are, how and when they're accessing the library. And I would want to just learn more about our parents' interest in that. And I also would just want to know more about current state. I think that our libraries have been incredible partners for schools where geography enables that, and less so in schools that have a harder time accessing those spaces. So lots of questions, certainly willingness to, on my behalf, to be part of learning more, because we share that interest in helping kids have access, but I share those concerns about administrative burden, the problem we're trying to solve. And I would want to lift up the where parents fit in what we're doing, and how we're engaging with them about this.
Yeah, the parent approval is something that kind of came up in my mind too. Again, it's like, I think this is a great idea. Next, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I do want to mention parent approval because we did talk about that initially. So what Executive Director Jamie LaRue mentioned was that it could be as simple as sending the sign up form home with the student and then having them return it to the school, and then their staff would pick it up from the library. So I do think that, you know, your questions, I understand them regarding to staff time and parent approval and everything. I feel like we're making, like, I would really like to express that I think that this is very, like, we're starting the conversation. I would doubt that it would be a lot harder for us to accomplish than, like, if this has already been done somewhere else. I really don't know.
I mean,
Yeah, well, that was one thing I was gonna say is if next steps could involve like bringing that model over, like who's done it, how'd they do it?
Eagle School District and Summit School District both do it. It's
Both
called
do
the
it.
One Card Program. They partner with the library districts. It's part of the registration online form when students register, and then they automatically have a library card associated with their student ID number. I think, again, like when I talked to the library director, it's very simple, easily replicable, takes upfront. You just got to set it up and then it's done. But like districts like ours, like Eagle and Summit, do this and have done it consistently. So just, there are other programs. But I think, yeah, it starts with conversations, bringing back a resolution, having a better understanding of what that initial investment is. And then staff can tell us if that is doable or feasible within their plans throughout the year. And we can have a more educated discussion and make a decision on direction.
Yeah.
Cause I kind of feel like we're putting that like cart before the horse here. So I think we need to, I don't know, it seems like we need more information or to decide if we want to gather more information before continuing the discussion.
Yeah, so then Jasmine, what steps do you feel like need to happen between now and a resolution coming forward to the board?
So I'm presenting it and then tonight, and then I will, you know, now I would like to start having follow-up conversations. I have a meeting scheduled with the director of the LaSalle Library for next Tuesday. And then, you know, I would love to invite Anna to a conversation with both of the directors. I think that would be helpful just to have all of us in the same room since we're all serving the same kids, and go from there.
I have one more thing to say, which is that I hear you on the other school districts doing it. I also think it's a very interesting and dynamic time with Garfield County Public Libraries, which is not something to be afraid of, but just to be aware of in terms of parental approvals. And there might be reason for us not to get in the crosshair of that.
Fun fact too, I just saw Jamie LaRue is retiring.
Oh,
in the paper today, which is heartbreaking.
Well, I've never been one to not want to get in the crosshair, so.
We can talk about that later.
Okay. So then I guess that brings us to, yeah, I think as far as this being carried forward by the board, I think there's support for that. I think it's just clarity around what we're asking for from staff and operationally before we put anything on them. It's not action to take. That was just the discussion. So does anyone else have other thoughts?
Nope.
Dr. Cole? Okay, great. Thanks. The next business in order is discussion on proposed policy DIE update. Actually, quick check, Dr. Cole, is this a time to transition? We got one more thing here and then we can break before appreciations. Okay. Sorry. So next business in order is discussion on a proposed policy DIE update, annual audit, add language regarding response letter. Director Ramirez will now present her proposal.
I just added it during our last check-in. It's just to add language around the annual audit, having the treasurer there. Simple. We'll be happy to provide that language when it's ready.
2 minutes of discussion. Director after.
I'm sorry, having the treasurer where?
Remember we went through the annual audit and we talked about how we would add that there's a check-in with the auditor that the board has, and then
Got it.
adding language around that.
I don't have any questions.
And also the language around the response letter from the district.
And the
right?
response letter,
Yeah.
yes.
That there will be a response letter, you mean? Yep.
Director Kuhlenberg.
I don't have anything.
Director Nimmo. Yeah, no thoughts there. It sounds like the right thing to codify. Appreciate that. Thanks for taking that on.
Yeah.
I think I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda to allow us to move into
I
executive.
make a
session.
motion to amend the agenda and remove item 11, board updates and appreciations.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks. Aye. Okay, so then I would also, oh gosh, do we need to have a motion to put the executive session in now or just go into that? Great. Then the next business in order is an executive session for a student expulsion appeal hearing per CRS section 24-6 402 discussion of individual students where public disclosure would adversely affect the person or persons involved. Inviting Dr. Anna Cole, Dr. Stacy Park, Board Attorney Brent Case, the appellant, the mother of the appellant, and their family representative, as well as Rodrigo Andrade, who will join as interpreter. Do I have a motion to move into executive session?
I move that the Board of Education move into executive session for a student expulsion appeal hearing per CRS section 24-6 402 discussion of individual students where public disclosure would adversely affect the person or persons involved.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The board will now move into executive session. The time is 7:24 PM.
is action and discussion.
It is 10:51 PM and the board has returned from executive session. Present are directors Memo, Director Bloomberg, Director DeFreitas, Director Actor, and Director Ramirez. The next business in order is action on the expulsion appeal hearing, and I will now entertain motions.
I make a motion to give the student or guardian the opportunity to request a rehearing of the original expulsion.
Continue.
Going. Decision before a new hearing officer. If the student or family would like this option, they are to request a new hearing to the superintendent within 5 business days. The hearing will be set within 10 business days after the request. The procedures for appeal will remain the same. If the student exercises this option, they will remain suspended for the duration of the rehearing and appeal. If the student or guardian fail to request a new hearing within the time allotted, the expulsion will be upheld.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We now have time for discussion. Director Actor.
The majority made this decision because of concerns that the student was not present for the full expulsion hearing.
Call the vote.
Actor,
Aye.
Director DeFreitas. Director Kuhlenberg. No. Director Nemo,
Aye.
Director Ramirez.
Aye.
Motion happens. If there is no further business and there is no objection, this meeting will be adjourned. It is 10:43 PM.